I can go anywhere, walk the desert in the sun, lost and I don't care. I'm feeling lighter, lighter, at the finish line. You can't cheat me now. Flying like a satellite, I'm so far away, can't get me back. You wanna get in my mind, cloak and dagger, snakes and ladders. Thinking of a reason why it's always the weak ones who attack. You got nothing else in life, it's all that matters. Snakes and ladders. How does it feel to fall? Now that you're in this alone, no more comfort, 'cause those days are over. Now I've seen that side. Can't believe
A rival school of sharks from Kianimic Pop just raided with 6 ups. Kyanic Pop just followed.
It's a little bit early, but whatever. I'm here, you're here. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Ghost, thank you for that first. How you doing? K-anime K-pop. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that wonderful raid. How you doing? How's everyone doing? Who else did I see in here? Lala, Violet Star, Kami the Death Goddess. Hello, how's everyone doing? Miki, thank you for bringing friends on over. Kay, for that raid, you have earned yourself 100 Bytecoins. For that is much appreciated. Thank you for the support. So, if you are unfamiliar, I am NinjaGloppy, headmaster here at the School of Sharks, where it is my job to make sure that you enjoy the game of Rocket League. Whether that is casually, or competitively, or modded, we have it all. And I also do astrophotography. Which we are currently doing right now. Yes, we do. We do have to share the love of Astro. But how was your stream? What were you up to tonight, Kay? Were you doing anything fun? Anything interesting? Kay did Hello Kitty and Minecraft. How does one do Hello Kitty? I think she's getting ready for finishing off class. Okay. Well, maybe you can answer then. Maybe you can answer. How does one Hello Kitty? Is the question. What exactly does that entail? I forgot the full name, but it's a game. Okay. Think Sims, but it's Hello Kitty. I see, I see. Or Animal Crossing. Gotcha. Gotcha. And by the way, if you do need to do, post-stream care or take care of anything, you are not obligated to stay. Go and take care of yourself. But if you have the time and you wish to stick around, that is appreciated also. So, got 2 weeks left for your degree. Wow, that's very close. That is very close. It's the final stretch. You got this. If you're just 2 weeks away, you got this. There's no giving up now. You're not stopping. But if you do want to stick around and see some astrophotography and images that I've taken with my telescope, then, stick around. We got some fun images to show off. So this here is the Elephant's Trunk Nebula. Because this feature right here is very prominently, like an elephant's trunk. And then we have... And by the way, this image is actually 4 images stitched together into one. And it's what's called a mosaic. Think of it as like a panorama, but more than just like one direction. Like a panorama is typically like, you just go and go your X direction. Well, this is X and Y, right? And then next up we have the Orion Nebula. So if you know the constellation of Orion and you know where Orion's belt is, this is kind of just below the belt. This was I think 48 hours of data. And then the last one I'll show off tonight is, let's see here. Let's actually do this one. Which is the Sadr region. So this bright star here is called Sadr, S-A-D-R. And this is kind of like all the dust and everything kind of all around. It's a very, very bright and active kind of, I think it's considered a star forming region, if I remember correctly, but I'm not sure. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Have you tried to run HDR on it to recover the trapezium? Hello, Third Rock. Welcome on in. So I have, well, actually I might have. I don't remember. I think I did that edit of Orion, like, I want to say back in like March or something like that. So it's been a while. Actually, no, I did it in April. I did that edit back in April. I still have the data, so I could go back and like redo it. But I've not tried it yet. I do want to. And I probably will at some point. It's just been a while. But how you doing? How's everyone's week going? So we've got a new autofocuser for our tiny telescope. As you can see, is right now running through an autofocus routine, in which you'll see that it kind of scans through like a whole section of the focus, like, range, and then it'll find the best focus, and then you know, put it in focus. Cranking on M31, cheating my ass off to save the data. You know who else is working on M31? I am. So because the moon is like really bright tonight, I'm only working on HA right now. My week was normal, but Haunt shocked the hell out of me by slipping into his real accent instead of hiding it behind a fake city accent he used for the last 8 months. Or longer from what I've heard from our friends. Interesting. Also go and check out Ghost. They are a streamer as well. Here. We got lots of friendos in the house tonight. But yeah, so I'm trying to get all that dark dusty detail. I'll warn you, man, HA Continuum is a pain in the ass. There's no other way to explain it other than if you hate life, do it. I mean, I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to do it. And I want to say that I'm at something like, I think I'm over 24 hours of data on just HA. You've got a way? Let's see here. Let me actually readjust here. Just really hard to get the blue right. Yeah, and that's actually one of the things I had to do, is like, I kind of faked the blue in a way. So like I know there's like kind of like that blue like outer ring, and what I wound up doing is just creating like a mask that didn't include like most of the center of the galaxy, and so I just kind of enhanced the outer blue ring. I mean, it's kind of cheating, not gonna lie. But let me do this real quick. I'm gonna get the oh, that's not what I wanted. Here we are. This is what I wanted. So with this, I was here. Let's do this. If you have 24 hours of HA already, you are better than me. I only have 10 hours. Yeah, I've been like hard focusing on it. That's why. What F ratio are you using it on it? It is. I forget what the original ratio is. Hold on, I can calculate it. So it's 5.9. 5.9 times 0.8, so 4.72. I don't have a Zenith Star. I've got the GT71. Unless that's what you meant. Yeah. Yeah, it's a telescope thing. It's called the focal ratio. But, you know, a lot of times we just, you know, shorten it to like F ratio. But, you know, you know, you could call it your fuck ratio. You know, just for funsies. All right, so if I do this, actually, let's do this. Right. How much of this? We got 281. All right, so we got 281 times 5 minutes. So that's how many minutes we have. We divide that by 60. All right, we're just under 24 hours of HA alone. So that's about where we're at with HA data. F4, I would stack the hell out of that data, see how much of that background you have, and then decide if you want to keep going. I think I did stack it at one point. And I don't remember if I had a lot of it. I have a feeling like I didn't. Let's check. I might have a stack. I don't. Yeah, I don't have the stack at the moment. I'm really bad about like stacking and then like getting like a quick like image and then just deleting the whole stack. But most people I've seen shot it at like F6 and put like 50 hours. I mean, we could have the we can have the spare computer stack it live. Like we could do that right now. Right. Okay, so that's good. Take a bit. Got to download 53 gigs of data. But of course, it's downloading everything, not just the HA. the hydrogen alpha. And my light pollution now, F6 is a sweet spot. Well, that's good. Oh, that's not good. So my back focus is a little wrong on this, and the focus is a little off as well. Like I should be able to get this focus down into like the 1.8 region. Yeah, basically like right where that is. I was telling Sea Astronomy last night the only way I'm buying another scope is that it is wider than my 80mm is if it's f3, otherwise I don't want it. I mean, I can understand that. Wait, what? Did it just like stop the autofocus? Why did it stop? So it's still doing that. Alright, 1.74. See if it changes slightly. Okay, that's good. That's what I want. Yeah, so one of the things that I've been struggling with tonight is now that I've got the autofocuser on, is whenever I put on the like the dew shield, and then and all that, like now the now it feels like the back focus has just been wrong the whole time. Like it was like earlier it was too far, and so I was seeing like the circular pattern, and now we just saw in that last image that it was too close. As it is, my next scope, if I get a harmonic drive with it, is only $14,000. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Let's see here. How are we doing? 14 minutes. 14 minutes left on that. Should have done a faster or a shorter time on this. Now the other thing, Third Rock, is whether or not like a lot of that like dark dust for Andromeda is like whether I need to do like longer exposures or not, but I don't think I should have to. But hear me out. 130 by 910 with reducer, 130 by 728, 0.78 arc seconds per pixel, and 1.07 arc seconds per pixel with IMX 571 sensor. Oh, we do have an ad break going. You know, you know, Third Rock, it's funny, like the with the tiny telescope on the AVX, like I wonder if I would almost be better like not having a counterweight. There's a point at which I can only go so far with the counterweight to get it close enough, at which point it actually just runs into the mount. Like the way they designed it is not great. Like They should have made the counterweight fatter, but thinner, or not as wide, you know? So, sorry, I should say longer, not fatter. They should have made it longer and thinner, in my opinion. Because it literally runs into the mount if I put it too high up. And I'm in like that spot where there's like an inch above where I kind of need to be in that zone with the 5 pound. But I can't do anything about it. But I was also thinking, like, the other thing I could maybe do... I was trying to think if there's, like, a way to make, like, my own. Like, 3D print my own counterweight. And just use a longer lever arm. With, like, a lighter weight. You know? Like, maybe make something that can, like... I could put, like... sand or clay or something into something that won't, like, well, I guess sand would move, but either way, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this and put it over here so I can see it when it's ready. Free up that space. Free up that space. I should bring this down a bit. Free up that space. Alright, so let's check this out. How are we doing? Actually, not bad. The HFR is great. Aberration is... It could be improved, but it's not bad. Field of view I don't really care about too much. Can always mosaic. I really only care about resolution these days. Granted that resolution is never achievable on Earth, but the closer you get to perfect 1 arc seconds per pixel, and even in not great conditions, blah blah blah, you're still pulling insane resolution out of the data. However, the the SVX 130 gives me a smaller FOV than my SVX 80mm, giving me a better option for a galaxy scope. And that makes sense. Like, having that resolution is really good. But that's also why, like if you're less than 1 arc seconds per pixel, like the further from that you are, or rather I should say the more arc seconds per pixel, I think that's why they say to drizzle. So, like, for example, like for 135 millimeters, I mean, this is actually pretty good in my opinion. I mean, granted, it's not perfect, but like, it's actually pretty good. And I want to say, like, it's close to like 4 or 5 arc seconds per pixel. I know it's not, it's not at all like meant to be like this, but it's, in my opinion, it's fun still. Right. We have a really big gradient. Anyways. I think for now we're just going to have to let it be. But I'm not drizzling APS-C. I did that once and warped my motherboard trying to process the data in the heat of the summer. Well, maybe don't do that then. maybe don't do that. Get some better cooling or something. Because I mean, that's not being able to cool your computer. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Looks like I'm maybe off by like a millimeter or something, but it is good enough for now. So like how did you warp a motherboard? That's what I want to know. How did you warp a motherboard? I have 5 120mm Noctua fans and 2 90mm Noctua heatsink. And cooling is a non-issue. It's just ambient air temperature in the summer here with no AC. Yeah, but like, I feel like you had to, like something went wrong if you warped a motherboard. Like, how do you even warp a motherboard? Never heard of that. And like I've watched like a lot of like Linus Tech Tips, and they do a lot of weird, strange things of making things too hot or too cold. And there's 90 degrees in the office. Do you think maybe like the case itself warped and then that pulled the motherboard? Because like the motherboard, the only thing I could think of is like that shouldn't really warp via temperature, in my opinion. So like maybe the case itself warped and then that, you know, because the motherboard's mounted to it, and maybe that's what did it? Oh hey, we're on doing Andromeda now. I was running for 5 hours straight trying to stack the data. Alright, we got 4 minutes left. I don't know how, but I don't know how. I'm still running that same motherboard, but if I tap my case hard, it resets my PC now. I mean, that sounds like you're resetting the PC. Like that could maybe be a mother or a RAM issue. Have you ever replaced the thermal paste on your CPU, Third Rock, on that machine? Have you ever replaced thermal paste? Yes, after it wouldn't boot after the original warping. Huh. Because that's just like such a weird issue, you know? Let's set up a deep sky stack for Andromeda. What we're working on tonight. Does anyone have any travel plans coming up? Going anywhere fun? Right, I want a new PC, but I also but I will also not spend $400 to $600 on a 5-year-old processor, R9 5950X, because I want to reuse my 64 gigabytes of DDR4, and I refuse to pay the insane cost of DDR5 because the clankers need it. Yeah, I've got... How much do I have? I've got 64 gigs, yeah. But yeah, I don't have DDR5. Haunt is trying to talk you into going down to Myrtle Beach in the new year. Yeah, and I even saw something that like Micron was leaving like the consumer market too. Yeah, it's all this AI bullshit is crazy. Cause like I'm so cheap, I'm still running a GTX 1070. Yeah, I think you could still like if like I'm running what is my processor? I'm running a 12th gen Intel, and I can process a lot of data in like 2 hours. All right, so I think honestly, I think the play is to go up to 12th gen. Like a lot of times my bandwidth is actually just like storage is the bandwidth. And I'm running a 3080 for GPU. I'm done with Intel, I'm going back to AMD. I mean, like the thing is like I know people like to go AMD for the cost, but like I've just had really good luck with Intel, all things considered. Like I know there were a couple issues, but you know, I think I seem to have avoided that. Like AMD drivers, I've always had issues with whenever I had their graphics cards. Alright, so let's do this. Let's get some processing going. Because we should have all the HA data. So I want to add HA. Not 600 seconds. So I'm doing every... Okay, so we have less. So 22 hours. Directory. I want to add H alpha flats. Hello, Twisted. How you doing? Welcome on in. I'm also going back to AMD GPUs since you can run CUDA on them now. I refuse to buy a new NVIDIA card after dirty politicians and their insider trading with NVIDIA not making them any more money. Alright, I need to add the dark flats. Don't remember what was in that other... Oh, there's like 5 frames. Alright. Alright, D integration M31. I believe. Yeah, so this is with the other telescope. We don't need this. Alright, so let's select maximum quality. We're not going to do a fast integration. We'll let her rip. The only issue I had with AMD's GPU is memory leaks in some games like PUBG, which I haven't played in years now. Well, I mean, some of their... Let her rip, tater chip. Now, granted, when I had an AMD GPU, a lot of times, like, I would have games crashing. And it wasn't just memory leaks. And then, like, in order to, like, uninstall their old drivers, was, like, this whole process that was just, like, so difficult to deal with. Because, like, it wouldn't, like, actually, like, uninstall it. Now, I will say that NVIDIA uses too much disk space now. Like, they seem to keep old installers around for no reason. But, you know, at least they had, you know, somewhat stable drivers. Hey, Misadventures in Astro. How you doing? Welcome on in. So we're doing a little bit of stacking of we pixin. We're gonna stack the HA data that we have from Andromeda because we have about 22 hours of it. So we want to see if we're getting any of the dark dust and whatnot. I had the RX 58 or 580. Only reason I have a 1070 is because I bought a rebuilt that I sort of modified to the moon. What I really want / need is a 24 terabyte spinner to consolidate storage. I actually just ordered an external hard drive. I don't know what any of these words that are coming out of your mouth mean. So twisted. We're talking about we're talking about kind of two different things. One, we're talking about computers. I'm just here for the vibes. Hey, I appreciate it. Vibes are vibing. We're talking about computer things, but then the other things we're talking about are this astrophotography stuff. So, if you hear me say like HA or H alpha, what that means is I'm actually referring to a chemical element called hydrogen alpha. And in a lot of these like nebulae and galaxies and all of these, you know, astronomical targets that we photograph, hydrogen alpha, H alpha, is a very prominent element and emits light in a very specific bandwidth of the electromagnetic like light spectrum. So we use special filters to specifically target that little bandwidth of light. So that way we can say, okay, well, we're going to ignore light pollution. We're going to ignore all these other things. Like, you know, we're only going to get this into our sensor. And then from that, we can get a lot of interesting things from, you know, these things out in space. But the Black Friday deals were not deals. The 24 terabyte drive I saw was on sale for the same price it was a month ago. They jacked... Right. Amazon does that. HA hydrogen alpha is 672 nanometers. Its natural color is more of a red-orange. Right. But we use these special filters. Same. He says same. But we use these special filters to, you know, target these chemical elements, and then we assign them to color channels when we build our images. So for example, like when we're looking at this right here, right? Like we see this as just black and white because it's a single channel. It's just monochrome. You know, it's just some value from 0 to whatever a maximum is, which I think in this case is an int 16, 65,000. A 7 stream streak. Look at you. So, you know, we could take these different colors, or these different channels of, I shouldn't say channels, these different images, and from the grayscale, we can assign them to red, green, and blue. So even though we may not be imaging in a red or a green or like a color blue, we can still create a color image by remapping things, right? So these are false color images, but we often look at them from a standpoint of what we call the Hubble palette. Now, the Hubble telescope is famous for these like blues and reds and stuff like that, and not false color, assigned color. Well, it's not true color. I mean, they are assigned color. So like how old black and white shows can get remade into color. Sort of. So like, for example, like this image, like if you look at this image with a true color camera, it looks entirely different. Right? Like, so this here is a true color image from 2 years ago that I took. And then this is the Hubble palette image. Now granted, I've gotten much better in the 2 years since I've taken this photo, but you can see the the big differences here in terms of like color wise, right? So like if you had a telescope that you could literally see the Orion Nebula, this is what you would see on the right here. But because we are looking at these specific chemical elements, we actually get so much more data.
Imarduk 209 just followed.
Hey, thank you for that follow. That is much appreciated. Right, our eyes can't see narrowband. But when we look at, like, you know, this image right here, we can see there's all these details, like, right here that just don't show up here. You know? So, you know, it's... Oh, yeah. Are there aurora happening tonight? I think I saw something from Third Rock. I've not been paying attention that much. But I'm going to let this sit over here for now. G2 KP5 right now. Okay, was there a like a big solar flare a couple days ago? Because like I said, I haven't been paying attention. Yes, but also coronal hole facing us. So, what exactly does that mean when the hole is facing us? Like, does that mean that, like, it could make it more intense, or would it just or is it something else? Enhanced solar wind. It can also produce aurora. Means the speeds are up higher than normal. Oh yeah, the speed is up. This is up pretty high. But looks like BZ is going back north. Yeah, it's clear for me tonight, but I'm not doing any chasing. Could put a camera out and just be ready for a substorm. You should. You should. Miki falling asleep already. Well, thank you for the lurk. That is much appreciated. Now let's check on our image. You're fighting with Azure Kubernetes? Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Azure either. So it was actually a little bit of a struggle, misadventures, because what wound up happening was as I put the focuser on, it kind of messed up my my back focus. And so then I had issues where I was too close, and then I think I'm kind of almost too far now. You mean normal astrophotography? Yes, in fact. So before, when I first started tonight, it was circular, you know, when you're too far, and then it went to too close. But now we seem to have it. There you go, Ninja. Also kind of interesting, this coronal hole is almost identical to the hole from September. All right, you sent an image. You know what's funny? Third Rock is in that first one from September. It kind of looks like a chicken. Doesn't it? Like, this is the tail, this is the head, this is the beak. It's like a chicken. They called it the Twitter hole. Why? Because it kind of looks like an X or something. Ah, okay. So what kind of new gear did you get? Well, I'm a duck. I got a new autofocuser for my tiny telescope rig. So an autofocuser is a device that you hook up to your telescope, and what it can do is it can manipulate the focuser on the telescope. And so then using the software, what it will do is it will scan through the range of focus until it finds the best spot and then settle on there, so that you can keep your telescope in like the best focus you can. And so what it'll do is, if you notice here, there's this number called an HFR. There's a half flux radius. And what that is it is a measure of the star and how big the star is in terms of like how many pixels across the star is. And it's kind of a general average across the entire image. But when you have that smaller star, you're more in focus, right? So like if you think about like an out of focus photo with something called bokeh, it creates these like big circles and they kind of get bigger and bigger and bigger when it's out of focus. So what it'll do is it'll, as I mentioned, go through that range of focus, and that HFR will kind of create like a V curve. And when you have a higher HFR, it's more out of focus, right? So as it gets closer to like that bottom of the graph is where you get your best focus. And so what it'll do is, as you image, it'll watch that number, and if it gets too far out of range, you can actually have it automatically refocus, so that you always stay within like good focus. What do you think about the cheaty way to save data that has bad flats with vignetting? Yeah, me and my dad were thinking of getting an autofocuser along with our new camera. Ooh, what kind of camera did you get? Which, by the way, I call it my tiny telescope, but that's because my main telescope is much bigger. And it's like an actual, like, proper rig. Also, it also has an autofocuser and a filter wheel and, you know, and all that. Here's the tiny telescope. So it is an Askar FMA 135. So it's 135 millimeters of focal length. And, you know, I got it all set up here with a 3D printed bracket, an SV Bony. By the way, did you know that apparently the company name for SV Bony is actually supposed to be pronounced like Syway Bony? I learned that recently, and I'm like, I don't know that I like that. Been busy with work, but looks great. Is that the database they made with everyone's observations? But yeah, otherwise, like, you know, we got an autofocuser here, got a guide camera over here. It's a Mars database you can download from the PixInsight download page. Gotcha. But you said, what'd you say? So what telescope do you have? I'm a duck. Also, if you have any photos you'd like to share, I do have a Discord where you can go in to the AstroPix channel and you can put images in there. So if you have anything you'd like to share. It's the database set you need to make multi-scale gradient correction work. Yeah, I think I've got it, in fact. Alright, as a little bit of an update, we are into the local normalization phase of the HA data. Now, if I remember correctly, after this, we'll go and do the California Nebula. I just like you can adjust the settings and get rid of the vignetting and save data. I stopped running local normalization. It gives me problems from time to time. What kind of problems? Now granted, like, I didn't really explicitly choose to run it. I told PixInsight to choose the best settings. Now this one, if I remember correctly, yeah, so it was working on the Veil, now it's working on Andromeda, and then it'll go to the Bodes galaxy. But yeah, they're getting users to contribute their data to the existing Sky surveys used. Sometimes it nukes data, as in it clips the data till nothing is left, then sometimes it's fine. So stop taking the risk and having to restack data. Interesting. I don't feel like I've really had that problem. But like, wouldn't it... I don't know what I'm about to say. I do know that we're in the integration phase at this point. But it takes me hours to stack on my poor i7 7700. I get it. I get it. What does this computer have? This computer has an i9 with 32 gigs of memory. And a 2070 as well. So this thing's able to chug, even if it's like a secondary computer. Because a lot of times what I do is like when I buy a new computer, I'll take my current existing one and like turn that into like a secondary computer, or like a, I guess in this case, kind of like a second gaming computer. 3 hours in on restacking luminance on one panel. Yeah, just got to the integration. Yeah, I mean, as you can see here, we're chugging, we're chugging along. We'll get there. Although I don't feel like this is really gonna get us much better. Zoom auto. But also the day I buy a new PC is also the day I go to Linux, because I'm not running Windows 11. I mean, I'm running Windows 11 on both of these, so now if you're worried about Windows 11, there's a thing called I think it's like Windows 11 debloat. It's a script you can run that'll remove a whole bunch of shit, which I actually probably should run, but I just haven't yet. What was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna say, but I don't remember what it was now. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't like the backdoors Windows puts in. I don't like they think they have the right to capture what I do in my PC I paid for. I'm not interested in their spyware malware anymore. You're talking about a lot of the like telemetry stuff, right? Or are you talking about like the AI co-pilot stuff? Are you talking about something different? Hey, we are just about done. Almost. I need to get like a USB extension for these keyboards. Telemetry, Copilot, or the fact that constantly sends packets of data off. And the only way you could stop it is with enterprise windows. Yeah, I mean in Copilot, I think you can like, you could turn that off because I don't use Copilot at all. But I think the Windows 11 debloat script turns off most of that stuff. Let me double check. Yeah. So I think this is what you want. To remove pre-installed apps, disable telemetry as well as performance declutter. Yeah. And it works for both Windows 10 and 11. Or the fact that you can't uninstall Edge. But yeah, you might want to look at this then. I'll send this to you. Because look, it's like Bing, Copilot, AI, telemetry, all this stuff. So I think this is exactly what you want. And like, these are all the things that'll just like remove for you.
I hope I'm always on your side. No, I'll look up till I die. I hope I won't
Hey, we are done.
fight, but if I do, you're probably right. My surrender, you act like you don't remember me. You're cold as December, unexplosive when you look at me. I'm sick with excitement. You can seem so violent. It's fire in your eyes. I feel like you ain't right here. Nothing that you like here.
All right, so this is with an auto stretch.
It's fire in your eyes.
Now, third rock, would I see all the dust at this point? Would I see it with an auto stretch, or do I have to like actually? Oh, I don't. I think I've got a little bit of a back focus issue. You should, and I don't see it. Hold on, let's do this. So let's do a statistical stretch. If it's strong, you should, but I don't see it. However, the HA in Andromeda is looking fire. Oh, I had to take off my hoodie. It's too warm. It's too warm in here. Actually, I'm just playing with the settings for now, just to see if like we could get something with it. Let's go to like 10 or something. So I guess the question then is like, you know, you're mentioning like that there is faint stuff out there, but would that be affected by light pollution and my location? I don't feel like it should. Let's go back to the 15. And then execute that. What nanometer, HA? 7 nanometer. Alright, let's try this again, but with a different function. It's just me, or does it create like a... Light pollution might affect it, but after hours and hours, the light pollution kind of becomes a moot point when we're talking HA or sulfur 2. I feel like there's like a... Yeah. We need some de-ringing. Oh god, that just looks bad. Okay, you sent an astro bin example. Now, part of the difference, I will admit, is that I'm closer in than this person. Right, they're using 7. But, like, I would imagine that even with a narrower band, I would think maybe I would see, like, the definition, right? But, like, I don't... Like, I don't see anything up here. Like, I would imagine with a wider band, I would capture more things, right? Unless it's so wide that all of this becomes washed out as the same color and then therefore gets squashed. Not color, but like the same signal. Like there's no discernible difference where there might be structure right here, and then the computation, the stacking process just says these are 2 outliers of data, and therefore they get killed the same. You know what I'm saying? However, I will say that his data was taken from a Bortle 2 location. And a remote observatory. Yeah, because this is basically what, like, mine looks like. For the most part. Oh, this is a cool image. Wow, this is a cool image. Because, like, not only does he have all this, he's got, like, all these galaxies and the comet. How did he do that? All right, so I think I understand what he did here for this image. So I think he got the comet image and then went back, framed it, and did the rest of this over 60 hours. Which I think is actually very similar to how I did my Pleiades photo with the moon. Where I had already done the Pleiades, and then the moon went in front of it. I was like, all right, well, let's just capture that, and bing bang, there we go. Hey, he's in Colorado. Or a graduate from the Colorado School of Mines. Um, 5 nanometer one shot color filter, 36 hours. Wait, so hold on. So the structure that we were looking at before was this right here. Sorry, I'm trying not to go fast and make y'all motion sick. But it's this arch right here. Like, I just don't see it in my data. Like, is that really like the difference? Is the filter is just that much better? Like, to the point that, like, we don't see that? Like, is it literally just filters that make or break the images? Because that's the clone. It is the filters? So you're saying with the 7 nanometer filters, I won't be able to get that data. Right, but it just takes a little longer. I mean, we're talking like 3 times longer, and I'm... You know, like, the one you were saying was, what, 9 hours of data? Although, let's do this. Oh, there it is. The last one was 36 hours of 5-minute exposures. Right, but that was... You said that was one-shot color. You have 4.9 using a red cat. What is... eh. Gotcha. So I see that this has a hydrogen beta filter. Why don't we hear more about hydrogen beta? Is it just less common? Or is it too, like, is it very similar to hydrogen alpha? Because like the thing is with the mini telescope, I can put 2-inch filters in there. What did I want? I wanted this. Because right now it's got a 2-inch L-Quad enhanced filter in there. So like I could do dual narrowband. HA and O3 and sulfur 2 and hydrogen beta. Might be more that with the 7 nanometer the signal is more washed than it would be. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying earlier, Misadventures. So this is 22 hours. Of just HA data. So like somewhere around here there's like I'm trying to like super stretch it to see if any of it comes out. Yeah, I mean, I can see the difference in mono data contrast with light pollution moon, but I'm in darker skies. Like, do you think that like even with HA, like, do you think that because I'm in light polluted skies, like it's probably affecting it? Like, I'm just trying to catch any glimpses of it. Like, I can't tell if it's there. Or if I'm just, like, trying to find something that's not there, you know? Because to me, it just looks washed out. Pretty faint signal. Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, it's a preview. Oh, let's try something else. I guess I should look at my Andromeda HA data in depth. So let's try this. Let's do some pixel math here. It's gonna be t minus the median of t. So with this, we've taken out the median. So like theoretically any signal should be in here. Worst case, I'll drive to a darker site and we can do an experiment. Well, I am hoping next year to get to a darker site. Like actually like go out camping and spend all night out in the field, you know? But yeah, I just don't I don't see it. Let's just minimize that for now. But let's check in on our telescope. Yeah, see the back focus is a little off now. What did you send me, Third Rock? It explains narrowband. The difference in the 3 nanometer to 7 nanometer. So you're talking about this here specifically. I'm just looking through it, going through it real quick. So The 3 nanometers ultra narrow band. According to these guys. Right, right. I know I'm going through this quickly. Uh, Nitrogen 2 is only included in 5 and 7 nanometer. After you drop to 3 nanometer, nitrogen 2 is cut out. So does that essentially mean that, like, because I have the 7 nanometer, that I'm getting nitrogen 2 in there? Kind of like a, I don't want to say like a leak, but yes. PDF was sent to you by your local telescope shop. It's because it's within that band pass range of 7 nanometers on HA. Nitrogen 2 is really close to HA. I see. So there's some overlap in the band then. It sounds like you want me to spend some money. That's what I get out of this. There's a reason I want a 3 nanometer nitrogen 2 filter, because there's quite a bit out there. I can tell you for sure there's some in the Sol Nebula. No, not unless you want to. I never push people to spend money. Well, I'm mostly joking, to be clear about that. Because I've got a wedding to save up for. I can't spend $400 on a new filter for just HA. Right? Because that's like roughly what they were, right? Yeah. Just one 2-inch filter. $400. I'm not touching 3 nanometers till I go full frame, then I'm spending the mother load on chroma. I mean, are you talking about like a when you say chroma, is that like a brand? Gotcha. Chroma filters are the only American-made astro filters. Well, Agena Astro doesn't have any. Yeah, but that's larger than 2 inches, right? But for a 2-inch, 3 nanometer HA chroma, it's like 1400. Well, and this is unmounted too. I run 36 millimeter unmounted. I should have gone 2-inch, but tried to save some money. Mounted. Unmounted, the surface is 50 millimeters. Well, this says 36 millimeters unmounted, but okay, so 50.8 millimeters is 2-inch. So this is less than 2 inches. Unmounted. Unmounted, you have to run filter masks. Which misadventures, aren't you running unmounted filters? Or am I misremembering? Yeah, it's like 1.4, I looked. What was I gonna say? For 6 millimeters, the smallest you can run on APS-C. If you don't run filter masks, you get vignetting, light leak on the edges. I had to talk to Optolong about it, and they sent me masks for free. Well, that was nice of them. Actually, does Optolong make 3 nanometer? I do. Yep. They're expensive, of course. That's why I didn't do them. I get it. I get it. I feel like this would be like something to put on like my not Patreon, my Throne account as like a community goal for people to donate towards. Like a crowdfund, yeah. What the fuck? So apparently Throne makes my monitor, makes my TV black out. Oh, it's back. Let's put that there. Let's bring this up. Wow. I see that, Third Rock. I see that. You know what? Let's just do this. I'm gonna add it. It is 460. All right, I've added it. I've added it to the wish list. There we go. Just all Astro stuff. All right. Which is why I'm not touching them until I go full frame or bigger. Medium format for my super secret squirrel project. Third Rock, are you gonna try and you know, replace Vera Rubin? Because I don't think you're gonna. I don't think you got the capital for that. Or if you do, I don't know where I'm going with that. What was I gonna say? I wanted to do Reuben before Reuben was an idea in someone's head. Well, now it's there. Now it's there. Only you want to do better than Reuben. Okay. How did I know that you wanted to do the entire night sky? You want to redo the sky survey. That's what it is. You want it to be the third rock survey. Sky survey. You could do 1,000 panels of the sky with 20 hours each. LRGB SHO. Actually, just 7 hours per panel, and 1,000 panels. God, I'm trying to think of like what would that be like? You know, like let's say you do like M31. Oops. Stop. M31, load the image. I just want to see what like a 7x7 would look like. LRGB, HA, hydrogen beta, oxygen 3, sulfur 2, nitrogen 4, methane. And how about mosaic both hemispheres until the end of time? We need to model our night sky and all those band passes with F3 medium format, capable scope, delta. Right. Yeah, just get an army of telescopes. Very ambitious, Third Rock. Good luck. Actually, I think what you need to do is you just need to get a like 7 telescope setup. I'm already in the works on this. There's a reason for the huge property in Bortle 1. It's not just for my self-sustainable farm. Is it just me, or is this looking like washed out? Yeah, it is looking washed. But I don't know why. How close are you to the moon? Let me check. I think it's having an effect. I'll send you a screenshot, Misadventures. I think we have to stop this. Because I thought the moon was supposed to go behind the house. Wait, is there another moon Pleiades occultation right now? There is. Once I secure the property, Mr. Ventures will probably be taking weekend trips. Can you blame him? I mean, where I am looking might be about an 8-hour drive. I mean, that's still a long way to drive, all things considered. Gain. Let's bring that down to like 10. Divide that by 10. Divide that by 10. Alright, well, if we're this close to the moon... Actually, it's like almost like straight up. So what can we image then? Like right now the moon is like right in front of the Pleiades. But it's not like we can actually like image both right now. Let's do this. Let's disconnect that. And let's open up SharpCap. I see 443. We might be able to, but it looks like it goes a little bit south. Hello, all things space 2024. How you doing? Welcome on in. How you doing? Right, Mono 16. We're just taking a quick look at the moon. Because it is currently in front of the Pleiades. Oop, other way. Alright. No reticle. Now let's go to 1000 by 1000. You're asking if it's a supermoon. That is a good question. Ooh, that's way too bright. Let's bring the gain down. Is it a supermoon? Let me look that up. Right? No, technically that's tomorrow. Is the supermoon. Misadventures in Astro says, I'm supposed to have nice conditions for planetary at 5 a.m., except I think it will also be like 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes. Tomorrow it is. Technically tomorrow it is. But how you doing? Welcome on in. So I'm NinjaGloppy. I am live on both Twitch and YouTube. Just FYI. Get a Canada Goose Transit. So I'm live on both Twitch and YouTube. And as you can see, I turned on the chat. Apparently I didn't have the chat on earlier. Anyways. What was I gonna say? Oh, my intro. Typically I do a lot of Rocket League streaming. But we also do astrophotography as well, live on stream. As you can see, we are currently looking at the moon right now. And in fact, why don't we do this? Why don't we do like an edge detection or a detail detection on Let's go here. Let's connect the focuser. And let's get this in focus. Step size 5. Yeah, that's fine. So let's have a sharp cap. Keep this in focus. So do you do any astrophotography as well? All things space? And while we let this go, so this is one of my 2 telescopes. My other one is this. Is this one here, which actually we should probably stop this one as well. It's getting close to the moon and getting washed out. Hey, Chels! Gengar likes moon. Shiny Gengar likes the moon. Yes. Which actually, we could probably have this one point at the moon as well. Load the moon. Let's frame it up. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. Let's actually like have both telescopes look at the moon, just to kind of show the difference. Gengar was a hit, yes. No, just interested in the subject. And that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to do it. You know, there are, those of us that do like to take the time. And it's just, it's a hobby for some of us. Well, for a lot of us, I should say. All right. And then let's connect this camera. You're highly interested. And that's cool too. Oh wait, reset this. So now let's bring this down to like that. No, we don't want to stack it. We're not trying to stack. Let's bring it down to like 4 milliseconds. And then bring the gain way down. Oop, other way. Let's get a crosshair here so we can see where the center of the image is. Or the center of the sensor. Oops. Okay, so now we can reduce our region of interest here. It's the moon! I'm mooning you all! And now we can center it. So actually let me go back to the wide. Just to kind of show the difference between the 2 telescopes here. We have this one. And then this one is doing a focus scan, but I don't think it's going the right direction. Let's what are you doing right now? I've been keeping up with 3i Atlas and Avi Loeb. He's a great astrophysicist. He is, however, he does have a tendency to claim aliens all the time. So that's a little bit of a weird thing. I want to go back to like 8940. Let's go 8900. I missed the stream one day, I guess, because it was reset on Twitch. Aliens got my brain. Yeah, like, he is, he kind of causes some consternation from time to time, because like one of the things he'll do is like he'll go on and be like, yeah, you know, there's this comet thing, but we can't rule out aliens, and then everyone goes, oh, NASA astronomer goes, it's aliens, we need to check for aliens, it's aliens. And it's just like, okay, come on now, stop it, get some help. You know? At least he's not afraid to say aliens. I mean, yeah, he's not afraid to say it, but he also shouldn't say it just because. You know? Like, doesn't help anything. Actually, hold on. Let's stop this. Let's go back to 8900. And I want to... Actually, you know what? I think I can actually just autofocus. Yeah. So let's get the best detail we can for the moon. Did you know a good bit of meteors we see isn't always meteors? Sometimes it's just astronaut waste burning up in the atmosphere. Yep, it is them just pooping on us. I actually did know that. But yeah, a lot of times with their waste, they can't just put it out into space because then it's just space debris. So they package it up and then intentionally burn it up in the atmosphere. Yeah, it looks like it has completed. Alright. So then, if we go back to the full view here, just to kind of show the difference in get this down a little bit here. So this telescope here, we are looking at through a focal length of 336 millimeters. So as you can see, it's quite a bit bigger. But then when we switch over to the other one, it's a little bit smaller, because this one has a shorter focal length of 135 millimeters. However, we can... it's a baby scope. It is a baby scope. We can zoom in using, you know, digital technology here. And if we do 1,000 by 1,000 pixels on each, now granted the pixel size is different on these. Yeah, ISS poop. We can see a big kind of difference in quality. Here, let's see if we can get an auto scan. Let's... Where's the focuser? Did it not... Well, it should be there. Let's go positive. I mean, look, it's statistically impossible for us to be the only conscious life in the universe, or in the galaxy, let alone the universe. I won't say intelligent life because intelligence is purely perspective. Right. However, You can't say, you can't just say statistics and then wave your hand and then say, yep, that means there are aliens. You have to actually find them. You know? Dolphins smarter than humans, just saying. I mean, you're not wrong, but you know, oh, there's the focuser. I want to go to 11, 7, 4, 5. Yeah. Let's go there, and then we'll scan negative. I want to get this detail curve here. How's the details zoomed in on the moon? From the, are you asking about the tiny telescope misadventures? From the ASCAR? I'm right now trying to do an autofocus so that we can get the best details with it. So we will see that in a moment. You know, once I get my legacy, I just might find them. I hope you do. I hope you do, Third Rock. Like, now, don't get me wrong. I want there to be other life in the universe. For many reasons. Well, potentially. Also, let's do this. Like, I want there to be, you know, other life out there. I do. I legitimately hope that one day we find evidence of prehistoric life on Mars. Like, I feel like that is our best case scenario at the moment. In, you know, whatever short term we have, you know. Because, and the reason why I say that, by the way, I'll be having the IDA give my property Dark Sky Sanctuary status, and I will entrust it for a minimum of 200 years. Screw developers, our Dark Sky sites matter more than their short-term gains. Absolutely. Yes, we do have ads. All right. Do not find a best focus position. Hold on, let's do this. Let's go up to 20 steps. And then let's go negative about 200. And then I'll scan positive in steps of about 10. It would be a statistical impossibility for life to have not formed elsewhere. I agree. I agree. But just like things like the Higgs boson, you still need to actually go out there and find it. Otherwise there's plausible deniability. You know? Alright, I'm going back to lurking and bugging haunt. Have fun, Gloppy. Thank you. Thank you, Miki. Ghost. Thank you for helping prop up the YouTube stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube. Every little bit of that helps. Alright, I may have put it too far out of focus. while that's going, Moon L. Let's do this. Let's do... Has already been liked and subscribed to your YouTube for months. Yes, but every liking the streams themselves helps. But yes, thank you so much for that support. That helps. I think we're at something like 200 some subscribers on YouTube already. Let's just do like 1,000 frames. I want to say like 250 maybe? That does not look very in focus. Alright, that's going to keep refocusing. So now let's change filters. So let's just do like an LRGB. So let's go to red. Alright, looks like we have to adjust. I subscribed. What's the shark's name? Well, the shark is me. But are you asking about my little friend, the little octopus in my arms? Because his name is Snacky. Alright, so let's go about there. And then let's make sure we refocus. Think of it like this. I am Noah and my property will be the Ark for astronomers and astrophotographers. Hey, I mean, like, it'll be nice to have, a dark sky place. I'm waiting to see like something drastic with this, but I'm not really seeing anything drastic. Okay, we are starting to see it. All right, so it looks like we went past it. So now we can come back. There was a section in there where it was in focus. So let's... Actually, let's go up 50 and then we'll scan negative in a focus scan. Alright, so we should be in focus now, which we are. So let's do the same thing, 1,000 frames. And then later on we'll be able to construct an LRGB image. Red, green.
All the days when I was searching for some kind of
You're in Virginia. I am just on the other side of DC from you. Actually, All right, here's a question for like Third Rock and Misadventures. If you're doing LRGB of the moon, I assume you use the same gain and exposure for all of it, and I did not think about that. I just changed all the settings and I went, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't have done that. So let's redo the R. Same exposure and SER is what you did. That is not at all in focus. Alright, so let's do this. Try edge detection focus. Yeah, I could do that too. Yeah, let's stop. Which let's... You've had better luck with that a few times? Yeah, I bet. Oh, I see a little bit of clouds going in front there. It's only doing 10 steps? I thought I set it to do like 20. But it does look like it's getting better. So let's keep going positive. I haven't done lunar in forever. Yeah, we are seeing more detail now coming in. Oh, yeah, that's jumping. Yeah, that was a good call, Misadventures. Did I focus this one? I don't remember if I did or not. We're gonna redo the red channel. All right, so that looks like kind of the best we're gonna do with this telescope for a live view. Last time I did lunar, I used every mode that the 268M had at the time. Might need to do it again since more have been added. So for now, what we can do is let's do a lunar stack. Actually, hold on. Let's bring down the region of interest. So that'll reduce the amount of processing we have to do. Planet full disk. And multi-point. Let's reset the stack. And then let's add like the top 10%. So here we go. Alright, now this one should be in focus. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to have it kind of like the kind of like a 2/3, 3/4 mark. I'm going to try for it. So gain 76. Actually, let's do this. Let's switch through the filters and just see if we need to make any adjustments gain-wise. I don't think we'll have to. So I'm going to go to blue. Oh, wait, I didn't actually hit change, did I? Okay, so we do have to bring this down. Let's do gain of 70, so that's red. Okay, so green is a little darker, but that's fine. Let's go to blue. See if we need to adjust the gain at all. Does not look like it. Alright, so let's start with red then. Actually, let's do we can't do luminance because it's so much more brighter, I think. Alright, now we can do R. Capture 1,000 frames. I mean, for a small telescope, that's pretty good. By the way, all things space, if you'd like to see some of my other images, here's one that I took this year of the Elephant Trunk Nebula. That I'm pretty proud of. This was 40 hours of data across 4 panels of a mosaic. And then here we have my Sator region image. And then the last one I'll show is this other one. Another 40-hour image of the Bubble and Lobster Claw Nebulae. This is a 2-panel mosaic, so a left and right. So yeah, those are some of the images that I've taken. Okay, so let's get back to this. Green. And then we're going to do auto refocus. Hit OK. Awesome. Well, thank you. That is much appreciated. And then the tiny, so all of those were taken with the big telescope, the big rig as I call it. But the tiny telescope has also been taking images recently. And we could see that here with the Andromeda galaxy. So this is 135 millimeters, the short one, the small one. And here we've got Andromeda. And this is also from light polluted skies as well. So you put in 20 hours and you can get a pretty darn good looking image. Just like the Veil Nebula here as well. That same telescope and filter. It is beautiful out there. Great pics. Yeah, space is beautiful. And we just got to look up and look at it. Like, I'm just here to bring space down to people, if that makes sense. Alright, so this will be G. So not changing a thing. Actually, I wonder. I can get SharpCap to start downloading this data. So now red, green, and blue. Hard to believe that is a galaxy. Yeah. Also, I think YouTube is like slightly behind by like almost a minute, I think. I think next time I do a YouTube stream, I'm gonna set it to like ultra low latency, so it's like faster for me to talk to you. Alright, I need to download something onto the spare computer here. Software. I need AutoStacker and pip. Always keep on device. And then always keep on device. So those should start downloading. Most people can't understand or comprehend the great distances of the beautiful galaxies and nebulas you take pictures of. I know, it's like, it's crazy. It's crazy like how much is out there, you know? Alright, and then this is blue. Like, for example, and like the other thing is that people also don't kind of like don't really like understand the scale of things as to how they appear to us as well. So, for example, there's a constellation called the Pleiades, which is also the logo for Subaru as well. But there was an occultation tonight and previously back in October, where the moon passed in front of the Pleiades. And so if you look at like, now this was captured, these two were captured independently of each other, but what's really cool about them is they are 1-to-1 scale, right? So if you look at the Pleiades and the moon, these are the relative sizes of them, of like the two to each other. But then the other fun fact that I like to talk about is that when you look at stuff like the Andromeda Galaxy is actually so big that it is the width, or like the width of it is 6 moons across. Like it is as wide as 6 moons. Like these two images, same telescope. So like you can see the scale of the moon to Andromeda. So it's the same pixel scale and everything. You know? So this moon right here, and then Andromeda basically taking up more than like the full frame here. You know? Andromeda's like this big. You know? So like I really like having that like perspective, that scale between them.
Okay. Can you repeat the part of the stuff where you said all about the things?
Yeah, thank you, Misadventures. Exactly. Alright, so let's come back here. I'm usually an all-nighter. The one night I have to sleep, I discovered your wonderful channel. I will be back for the next one. Keep up the great work. Until next time, Dave. So, my next stream will actually be on Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So my schedule is typically Sundays and Wednesdays. So just to let you know. Wednesdays are at 8 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you've got like those notifications on. Like I said, I do kind of a variety of things, but I do mostly focus on stuff like Rocket League. But when we have wonderful nights like tonight where we have clear skies and whatnot, I will get the telescopes out and we will take a look at things. But thank you for stopping by. It was much appreciated. You said doo-doo. Yeah, you said doo-doo. Yeah, you said doo-doo. He's a doo-doo. Alright. So we have done RGB with this scope using the same exposure and gain for all 3 channels. I kind of want to do another L So kind of about the 2/3. Yeah, we really got to bring the gain down for that. It just blows it out. So about there, roughly. I'll call it L2. And then once this finishes, we'll change targets. I'll see if we can do the jellyfish. I don't know if we'll be able to. It might be too far south. Alright, so let's close this. And then... Oh wait, I gotta reconnect the camera. I see 443. Yes, have a good night. And thank you for stopping by. Oh, wait. Are there clouds? There are clouds. Oh, let me take a quick look out the window. Yeah, it looks kind of like scattered. All right, let's do this. Let's also put this at the jellyfish. Should we try it? Might as well. Maybe get like some hydrogen alpha data. What do you think, Misadventures? You don't pay me to think. I don't pay you at all. So yeah, you're right. I don't pay you to think. I just want to bring that over here so I can see when I have the data. Oh, I've already got all the data. on the spare computer. It's already uploaded. Alright, so let's do this. I'm gonna copy this. What's the best way I want to do this? And then we're gonna call it IC443 HA. I'm gonna close that. Bring that up. Bring this here. Okay, open up. Reset. Save. Open. IC443. And delete that. And then search window. I see 443. I wonder why I wouldn't find the IC designation. So now the target I can just get from there. Save that. Now I've got a target. I can just go bloop. HA, yep. Do 12. All right, and then let's turn the pre-imaging off for now. I want that as a global trigger. All right, so this should start to go then. Hopefully the clouds aren't going to be an issue. Is it just that bright out?
Nice shot.
Hey, designed by Dave. Welcome on in. How you doing? Astro time. It is. It is. It's we're in kind of like a little bit of a weird moment at the moment. Because we got a little bit of clouds, like thin clouds coming around. Yeah, it's kind of sucks. But however, what I will say is that we did manage to capture like LRGB data for the moon, since tomorrow's the super moon. So we're gonna bring the second computer over in a moment, and capture that. We're just gonna see what we're gonna get in color and in HA as well. So we've got two sequences running. Because Dave, I don't know if you were here earlier, and also let me get you a shout out. I got an autofocuser now for the tiny telescope. So here's what we're working with now. Also, on this scene, I think I want to change the... Let's try this. Let's try that for the chat instead of the horizontal one. Autofocus are bigger than the telescope. I mean, kind of, yeah. Like, just about. I call it the mini rig or the tiny telescope. Well, thank you for that lurk. That was much appreciated. So we're gonna see what we get on the jellyfish. But we were doing a lot of talking earlier about filters and the kind of the differences in detail that you can get with ultra narrow band filters versus like the wider ones. And the thing that I learned tonight is that apparently the nitrogen 2 is so close to hydrogen alpha that even with a 7 and even a kind of almost even a 5 nanometer as well filter, it actually kind of leaks over and the bands kind of overlap. So if you wanted to do stuff like get the faint dust around hydrogen alpha dust around like Andromeda, you really need that 3 nanometer filter, or else you got to spend a whole crap ton of time just to get the signal to noise ratio down enough. So for example, like I've got 22 hours, and with my 7 nanometer, I can't see it. Like it's indistinguishable from noise and background at that point. Yeah, I don't like these clouds. So it's probably not going to be good. We may have to just like go back to like a live view of the moon. But let's give it a minute and let's find out. All right. Well, while we're waiting on that, oh, we've got 20 seconds. Let's just chill. Let's just chill. It's gonna be cloudy. I can just tell. It's gonna be. Two, one. Hello? Hello, telescope. Where'd you go? Where did that image go? Did it just like give up? You all saw that, right? Like, that was a 5-minute image that it just, like, tossed in the garbage. It was like, nah, I'm done. You know what I just realized, Misadventures? In OBS, in your audio mixer, depends on how much you're paying. Maybe I tell the cops one thing. Maybe I tell them another. In OBS, in your audio mixer, all of the audio devices are in alphabetical order. I just realized that. I see some jelly. Yes. Right? So like if I come here, now what I notice is that special characters come first. So we have the bracket, audio overlay. Audio's before overlay. Blurb is before channel. Channel's before drop game. Before TTS. Before Twitch. Then it goes to regular characters. Discord, Mumble, XLR mic. And it's always annoyed me because I want to look at my mic levels, but because I called it XLR mic, it's at the very end. So maybe if I just call it like audio mic, it'll actually go to the beginning. Actually, no, it'll go here because special characters come first for some reason. Which really what I should do is take out the, or at least rename them such that the bracket thing comes afterwards, maybe? Or I just call my mic like bracket 00 bracket XLR mic. Yeah, let me change scenes and see if that changes it. Nope, it hasn't changed it at all. Maybe I need to like restart OBS or something, but yeah, that was weird. But yes, we do have some jellyfish. Although, I guess we have the whole thing in frame. You know, yeah, we have the whole thing in frame. I was worried that it, like, we didn't frame it well. Like, maybe I needed to do that or something. But I guess it's fine. There's a monkey head. We could actually, you know, this would be cool. Jellyfish and monkey head. They are close by. Yeah. Now, I actually kind of think this mosaic would be cool. Simply from the standpoint of, like, composition-wise. Like, yes, I can get away with doing a 2x2. Like this. But I kind of like that wide view. Holy hell, this Kubernetes deployment template hasn't crashed yet. I mean, that sounds like a good thing. Is it not? Excuse me? Let's restart, because that shit ain't right. It's a good learning experience. Yeah, I mean, it's something that even I should learn, but I just haven't taken the time to do it. All right, let's see if we can actually get like an image now. All right. Let's run this again. All right, while that's running, let's switch back over to here. And let's get how's pip? Oh, that's an install. Sure, fine. Alright. We can delete that. Actually, before I do that, let's pull these off onto the SSD. And then new folder. Call it moon. It failed, but made it a lot further. I mean, I wish I could help you, but I don't actually know Kubernetes, unfortunately. I can believe that. Yeah, one of the things that like has frustrated me about Azure that we with work is like they have like personal access tokens that they enforce expire in a year. So it's like, okay, well, we have like a NuGet repo up there, and every year we have to renew this token, and it's just kind of a pain. And it's like, you know, we have a single token. Like, if we had more than one token, like, God, we'd be such a pain. All right, pip is open. So then let's get R. There's no frames? What? Is it not fully copied? Oh, let's try this. Okay, that worked fine. So it's B, G. So let's just do this. I'm just gonna go in batch mode. Good luck with pip. I use auto stacker. So I do as well. What I do though is I actually like to use pip in order to order by quality. Order the frames by quality and then use auto stacker. So I'm not going to crop. I'm not going to kind of convert or do anything like that. We don't need to debayer. Output will be SER. So now each one should go into its own directory. So the reason why I do this is because it kind of makes it easier in auto stacker to then go like choose like to do like the 50% or like, you know, 10%, 15%, whatever. Right, while this is going, let's check in here. I don't see a jellyfish. I don't see a jellyfish. But we got a lot more clouds now. Well, you saw it with the hydrogen alpha. We didn't see it with color. Is my point. Yeah, so this is the tiny telescope. Gosh darn it. Let me check the weather. I could have swore I was supposed to have clear skies all night. But now we got a little bit of clouds. And it's going to go from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. it's going to be clear, supposedly. You haven't seen a star in 2 months. Yeah, that's a bit rough. That's a bit rough.
Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you.
Nah, he's just a cave dweller. Cave dweller. All right, I'm actually just gonna stop this because it's not. We're not gonna get good data. Okay, so it put them all out to the same thing. All right, so 22, 54, 10 is blue. Yeah, we're just gonna stop you. Can't hear it, but it's beeping in my ear. Yeah, so just go home for now. Save alignment and park mount. Why do you think Washington State is known for its mental health issues even back in the 90s? They don't get enough vitamin D, and 9 months out of the year it's doom and gloom. Yeah, I bet. Alright, 22, 51, 23 is G. 52 is L. So then that has to be R. Okay, so now we can use auto stackered. So let's start with L. Planet. I'm gonna have double stack. If I could see the sun, I would at least do solar streams. I know how to fake a polar alignment with the solar scope, setting up in the daytime to get close enough. Yeah, I mean, I've done kind of the same thing, Third Rock. I'm curious if like if yours is kind of the same. So like what I do is I'll tell the scope to go to the sun, and then I'll move the mount until it's within view. Or not move them out, but like use like, you know, do the polar alignment screws and whatnot. Also, we do have an ad starting in about a minute, just FYI. Yeah, so it sounds like we do very similar things then. Yep, that's what I do. Let's not drizzle. Because I don't want this to take forever. Actually, what I am going to do is I'm going to unpark this. And then I'll have it slew to the zenith. And then we'll just watch the sky. Do this. I'll just put it on a different monitor. All right, how did we do an L? Oh, that's way too sharpened. Is it? Hold on, let's double check this. Hold on, let's actually redo this. Because I think that was like too sharp. It's hot air from all the people on Capitol Hill. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, that looks much better to me. All right, so that's a good L for me. Wait, hold on. Close that. Open up R. Hold on. Clear it. Place it. So this thing said it failed, but there's a running cluster with 2 node pools showing running. How to kick it over to the devs. As a dev, I resent that. As a dev, I resent that. Yeah, it's built. All right, so this is R. Let's see, how do we do? That's pretty good in my opinion. If it halfway works, it means I finally get this monkey off my back for the rest of the month. Hey, that'd be cool. I hope for your sake you're able to. So I'm gonna be off a bit this month, and so I might actually do a couple of like daytime streams. And I got it templatized, so easy to recreate. Nice. All right, so that's our G. File, close. Now onto our B. Analyze. Wow, I actually got quite a few more frames there. Now I forget, does Fixed Sight have like a solar or not solar, a lunar like alignment tool? Like I know there's like, you know, channel combination. Or am I just gonna have to take this into like something else? Like affinity. I know Cyril has alignment feature for surfaces. I know I did it in Pix before, but there's no lunar tools for it. All right, so that's going to be our B. So R. It's L. Oops. Here. This is G. This is B. I mean, I also didn't move the mount at all, so they might actually already be aligned. So let's just try it. See what happens. I mean, it's actually looks pretty good. So let's bring up the curves and let's bring up the chrominance or the chroma and just see if there's any like misalignments, which I think there might be. It looks like there might be. So like if I do this, and then we come in here, I'm sure just a few pixels here and there. Yeah, like that's what we're seeing here. Like it's almost like the red is misaligned. I'd bring it into Photoshop / Affinity. Alright, this is a preview. Yeah, it's the red channel that's misaligned. Also the green. You see that? Like, on this side it's the red. But then here it kind of looks like the green is. All right, let's see. Good star alignment? Wait, hold on. I also don't. Yeah, that's a very good question. How does it align without stars? Are you sure this is how they did it? Like, it looks great. I'll admit that. I'm trying to combine them. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. So you say star alignment. Pick a frame and try to combine them with pixel math? Alright, let's try L as a reference. B, G, and R. Did star detection. Detection scales set to 8. Max distortion set to 0.1. Interpolation. They set it to length is 4. Clamping 0.3. Hold on, I think it generate drizzle data. Yeah, what? I feel like I followed this directly, and it did not work. Actually, you know what? Let me. I'm gonna minimize this. I don't care about drizzle because you're not stacking it. I'm not sure that it's gonna matter. It doesn't. I think what I want to maybe do is dynamic alignment. Select it. What? No, reset. Alright, second one. Yeah, I think dynamic alignment is what I want. And I'll just align them all to L. And we can see that it's selecting the spots. Alright, so now B is registered. Documentation, who needs that? Can I do that? Alright, I think I have to like redo this. Source and target. That's not at all what I selected. But I also want to like select things on like opposite sides of the moon so it kind of gets like a good good picture. That's not at all good. Yeah, just rickroll them. Alright, something clearly went wrong with that attempt. Actually, let's yeah, let's cancel that. Let's redo it. Okay, that looks good. I think it actually goes better with fewer points.
Whoever made that noise made it intentionally. So we would hear it and find him.
Alright, let's try this. There. There, and Alright, so theoretically, we now have some aligned images that we can now do an LRGB combination. So it'll be B registered, R registered, and G registered. So now let's bring the curves. We're gonna jack the chrominance, or the chroma. It's still, there's something about it still wrong. I may have written some scripting that left a Rickroll message while it completely BitLocker in a company laptop that someone absconded off with. Oh boy. Alright, well, we seem to be off with our combination here. So let's just do a channel combination. Just do, oh wait, I want the registered ones. R, G, and B. Range icons. Oh, that looks off. Alright, let's... I didn't even have to adjust it and it looked off. R, G, and B.
Here's my theory. Whoever made that noise made it intentionally.
Red looks a little off. I don't know if we're... I think we're gonna have to like get it into something else and align them manually.
So we would hear it and find him.
Wow, red really overpowers. This doesn't even look right. Like, the moon isn't this red. And you all saw that I used the same settings, the same exposure time, and the same gain for all three channels. Yeah, essentially. So I think what's happening. Actually, I don't really know what's happening. But it shouldn't be doing that, because I used the same settings for red, green, and blue. Now, what I will say is that when we did the red, we saw that it had the highest values on the highest values on the histogram. The moon is red and it's rusting. Yeah, it is quite. So maybe like there? That still feels too much. Yeah, it's still too red. So actually what we can do is we can just do this. Actually, that doesn't... I don't know if I like that. That looks magenta. Try bringing the green and blue up to match red. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. In fact, I think that's actually probably the way I should go. Like, this looks kind of green to me. But I can't tell. God damn it, stop it. I hate these tiny icons. Like, that looks better to me. Alright, so let's do that. Let's bring the brightness up a little bit here. And add a photometric color calibration of the moon. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. I'll bring up some of the color of the moon. Did I go too far? I feel like I might have. Like maybe it's still a little too red. No, undo that. Yeah, I did. I don't like that. Just gonna bring it up a little bit. Try doing an S curve or try GHS. Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of S curves, but it kind of, to me, it feels like it goes a little too much. I don't know that I like what it's doing. Nah. Yeah, I know you can do multiple, but I kind of feel like this is maybe where it should stop, at least in terms of pixel sight. Yeah, but like I don't feel like I need to up the midtones, really. Like if I just bring up the midtones, it just looks weird. I want to try something real quick. Everyone always says use Registacks for the moon. Shrugs, I never listen to what everyone says. I do what I want. I'm just playing with the solar toolbox to see if like okay, I had to because that was funny. That's a very cooked moon. Now Calcium K. Does the moon have any prominences? Doesn't seem to. I guess you probably have to do surface and prominence. Wait, what did that do? It seems to take a while to apply it. If the moon has prominence, we are all screwed. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this. I think I'd rather bring this into like affinity or something right now. But in any case, it is actually time for me to finish the stream, unfortunately. It is late, and unfortunately we also don't have any stars to look at. It is just bright. Like if we just do this, it's just clouds. It's only 9 p.m. Yeah, only for you. As you can see, for me, it is just past midnight. So, we are going to say good night for tonight. First thing we'll do is we will say goodbye to the YouTube stream. You know what they say, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Yeah, in the ocean. Yes, so goodbye.